A single moment of mockery condemned a man to walk the earth for 2,000 years. This is the hidden truth behind the legend of the Wandering Jew, a story far stranger and more profound than a simple ghost tale. By the end of our journey, you will understand how this one myth holds a mirror to our deepest fears about guilt, time, and the search for belonging. I wonder where you're listening from right now and what the hour is there. Feel free to share that in the comments as we begin this exploration together. What began as a medieval rumor transformed into a tool for propaganda, a symbol of resilience, and a modern warning. How did a cursed wanderer become one of history's most adaptable and haunting ideas? We will trace his path from ancient Jerusalem to the digital age, uncovering why his endless footsteps still echo in our collective imagination. What does it truly mean to be forever outside looking in? The story begins not with a ghost, but with a man who made a terrible choice. His name varies across the centuries, sometimes Ahasuerus, sometimes Cartaphilus, but his fate remains chillingly consistent. According to the most common version of the legend, he was a shoemaker in Jerusalem on the day of the crucifixion. As Jesus, carrying the cross, paused to rest against the wall of his shop, this man did not offer comfort. Instead, he mocked him, telling him to move along. In that moment, he received a curse that was also a sentence. "You will not find rest," Jesus told him. "You will walk the earth until I return." This is the foundational curse. It is not a blessing of eternal life, but a condemnation to an endless existence. He does not age, he does not die from sickness, but he is not invulnerable to the weariness of the soul. He is immortal, trapped in immortality, forced to be a spectator to all of human history. Every war, every golden age, every plague and revolution, he must witness it all, never able to stay, never able to belong. He is the ultimate outsider, moving through cultures and centuries like a shadow, recognized only by the profound, ancient sorrow in his eyes. His punishment is not physical torment, but something far more profound, a loneliness so vast it spans millennia. He is cursed to remember everything, while the world constantly forgets him. What would that do to a person's mind, to watch empires rise and fall like sandcastles, to form connections only to have them swept away by time's relentless tide? This is the core mystery we are unpacking, the engine of the entire legend, a being defined not by what he is, but by what he can never have, a home. That profound loneliness, the terror of endless exile, is far older than the streets of Jerusalem. To understand the hidden truth of this legend, we must step back centuries before that fateful encounter. The idea of a figure cursed to walk the earth forever is not a Christian invention. It is a primal story, one that appears across cultures and epochs, whispering the same deep human fear. Long before the Wandering Jew was given his name, other wanderers walked the mythological landscape. In ancient Greek tales, we find echoes of this archetype. Think of figures like the Titan Prometheus, bound to a rock for eternity, his punishment a static version of the same endless torment. Or consider the stories of mortals cursed by the gods to never find rest, forever searching for a home that no longer exists. Then there is the biblical story of Cain, the first murderer. After he slays his brother Abel, God does not end his life. Instead, Cain is marked and condemned to be a restless wanderer on the earth. His punishment is exile, a life of movement without sanctuary, a prototype of the wanderer's curse. And from the sea comes another haunting parallel, the legend of the Flying Dutchman. A ship's captain, cursed for his arrogance, is doomed to sail the oceans for all eternity, never making port, forever seen as a ghostly apparition warning of doom. A wanderer of the waves instead of the land. What do all these stories have in common? They are not just about punishment. They are about a consequence that transcends death. The ultimate penalty in these ancient worldviews was not always annihilation, but removal from the human community, severed from the rhythms of life, death, and belonging. They tap into a universal human terror, the fear of being cast out forever, of becoming a permanent spectator to a world you can no longer touch. This context is crucial. It shows us that the wandering Jew is not an isolated oddity. He is a powerful, specific incarnation of a much older and deeper pattern in human storytelling. He is the archetype of the eternal outsider, the personification of transgression and its most haunting consequence, an existence without end or purpose. His footsteps on the Roman road didn't start a new path. They simply joined a very ancient, very worn trail of existential dread. The dusty road to Calvary was a river of noise and chaos, a stark contrast to the single, quiet exchange that would echo for 2,000 years. In that pressing crowd, thick with the smell of sweat and earth, Jesus faltered under the crushing weight of the wooden crossbeam. He stumbled, seeking a moment's respite against a wall or a doorway. And there, according to the legend, stood the man. Some stories name him as a shoemaker named Ahasuerus, annoyed that this condemned prisoner was pausing at his shop. Others say he was a gatekeeper named Cartaphilus, impatient to see the grim procession move on. In a few accounts, he is simply a bystander, a skeptic in the crowd, filled with scorn rather than pity. His exact words vary, but their essence is always the same, a sharp, cruel dismissal. "Move along," he might have said. "Why'd you linger? Get going." It was a moment of profound human indifference, a small act of cruelty in a sea of violence. Then came the response that changed everything. Jesus turned his gaze upon the man. In that look, all the noise of the crowd seemed to fall away into a terrible silence. "I go," Jesus told him, "but you will wait until I return." It was not a shout but a pronouncement. With those few words, a life sentence was passed. The man's time stopped. His aging halted. He was untethered from the natural cycle of life and death, cast out into the stream of history as a perpetual witness. This was the biblical spark, the moment a specific, named individual inherited the ancient archetype of the eternal wanderer. His crime was not murder or grand betrayal, but something more relatable, a moment of unthinking mockery, a failure of basic compassion, and from that singular failure grew an eternity of consequence. The curse was poetic in its symmetry. Where Jesus' journey to the cross was about to end, this man's journey was just beginning. He would walk the very earth Jesus would leave behind, waiting for a return he could never hasten. This Genesis raises a haunting question, doesn't it? What if the legend is less about divine punishment and more about the unbearable weight of a single regret-filled moment stretched across centuries? For centuries, that whispered story from Jerusalem was just that, a whisper, a rumor passed along pilgrimage routes and merchant roads. Then, in the 13th century, something extraordinary happened. The whisper found its way onto parchment, transforming from folklore into something that looked suspiciously like fact. The first known written account appears in the Chronicle of St. Albans, a monastic record from England. It tells of an Armenian archbishop who visited the abbey and shared an incredible tale. He claimed to have met, in his own homeland, a man named Cartaphilus. This man was not a shoemaker in this version, but Pontius Pilate's doorkeeper. He confessed that he had struck Jesus as he left the judgment hall, telling him to go faster to his death. For this, he was cursed to live until the second coming. But here was the new, crucial detail. The archbishop said this Cartaphilus was now a devout Christian, living in perpetual penitence, moving from place to place, sharing his story as a warning. This report was a sensation. Imagine the impact in a medieval monastery, a place where the world was understood through scripture and divine signs. A traveling bishop, a figure of authority, was providing what seemed like a first-hand testimony of a living biblical relic. It was no longer just a parable. It was presented as a documented encounter. This gave the legend something incredibly powerful, a veneer of historical truth. Suddenly, the wandering Jew was not a myth. He was a real person you might theoretically meet on the road. This idea spread across Europe like wildfire, carried by returning crusaders who had heard similar tales in the Holy Land. Their stories blended with the Chronicle's account, each retelling adding new layers and local details. In a climate of intense religious fervor, the figure served a clear purpose. He was a walking reminder of the Passion of Christ, a perpetual witness to the truth of the gospel, and for some, a symbol of Jewish guilt. The legend was now weaponized by circumstance, evolving from a mysterious cautionary tale into a tool for teaching and at times for prejudice. His endless journey was no longer just a personal curse, it was a public spectacle, a lesson written in flesh and bone, marching relentlessly through the centuries. A royal name for an accursed wanderer, this is the strange irony at the heart of his most famous identity. The figure we now commonly call the Wandering Jew did not always have a name. For centuries, he was simply the eternal wanderer, the penitent, the witness. Then, in the bustling print shops of the 16th century, he was given a title fit for an emperor, Ahasuerus. This was not a random choice. The name was borrowed directly from the Book of Esther, where Ahasuerus is the great king of Persia, a ruler of immense power and legendary longevity. To christen a homeless, cursed man with the name of a mighty sovereign created a powerful and deliberate contrast. It layered the legend with a deep, tragic irony. Here was a king in title, but a beggar in existence, a man with a name that evoked endless realms, yet who himself possessed not a single foot of land to call his own. This naming was a masterstroke of folk storytelling, embedding the paradox of his condition right into what people called him. The adoption happened through a wave of cheaply printed pamphlets, the social media of their day, that began circulating widely across Germany and then into England and France. These short, sensational booklets claimed to document real sightings of the wanderer. They gave detailed, first-person accounts, often framed as interviews with the man himself, who would now introduce himself as Ahasuerus the Jew. In these pamphlets, he recounted his ancient crime, described his endless journey, and offered grim prophecies about the world's end. The public devoured them. By attaching a specific, resonant name to the previously nameless specter, these pamphlets transformed him from a vague rumor into a concrete character, a personality you could almost believe you might meet at a crossroads. Ahasuerus was no longer just a concept, he was a person with a story to tell, and that story sold incredibly well. This solidified his identity in the popular imagination across Europe, creating a unified figure out of many scattered local tales. The kingly name stuck, forever branding the wanderer with the ghost of a crown he would never wear, a constant reminder of the grandeur he lost and the endless road he must forever walk. Those pamphlets did more than just sell stories, they sold a weapon. As the 16th century erupted into the violent upheaval of the Protestant Reformation, the figure of the Wandering Jew was pulled from the realm of folklore and thrust onto the front lines of a propaganda war. Protestant reformers seeking to dismantle the authority of the Roman Catholic Church found a perfect, if unlikely, ally in this ancient wanderer. In their hands he was transformed. No longer just a penitent witness to Christ's passion, he became a living indictment of papal corruption. Protestant writers produced a flood of new pamphlets, each one claiming a fresh sighting of Ahasuerus in a major European city. But now, when he spoke, his message had changed. He was no longer merely recounting his own curse, he was delivering divine judgments against the Church of Rome. In these accounts, the wanderer would appear in places like Hamburg or Vienna, his ancient eyes seeing through the pageantry of the clergy. He would condemn the sale of indulgences, the wealth of the bishops, and the tyranny of the Pope himself, framing these as modern betrayals of the true faith Jesus had established. He became the ultimate outsider with the ultimate perspective, a witness from the time of Christ himself, who could authoritatively declare that the contemporary Catholic Church had lost its way. This was propaganda of a brilliant and chilling kind. It used the legend's aura of ancient truth to validate a very modern political and theological argument. The hidden truth here is stark. The wandering Jew became a malleable symbol, a blank page upon which each generation could write its own fears and accusations. During the Reformation, his endless journey was reinterpreted as proof that God's true followers were always persecuted wanderers, while the established, powerful church was the real villain, the modern equivalent of the mocking crowd on the road to Calvary. His curse was reframed not as a punishment for his own sin, but as a mission to expose sin in others, forever walking the earth to find corruption and condemn it. This twist shows how the legend was never static. It was a tool shaped by and shaping the violent divisions of its time, proving that some stories are too powerful to ever remain just stories. This blank canvas of a wanderer was painted with different colors in every village he supposedly entered. As the legend seeped into the soil of Europe, it grew new roots, twisting to reflect the unique fears and folklore of each culture it touched. In Italy, a land of deep Catholic piety, his endless journey took on a distinctly penitential tone. He was often depicted not as a bitter outcast, but as a sorrowful pilgrim, forever walking from shrine to shrine, seeking not just rest, but a release from his life. He became a symbol of the soul's own pilgrimage, a reminder that some spiritual burdens cannot be laid down until a divine pardon is granted. His search was for death, a final mercy that remained always just beyond the next horizon. Travel north and east into the vast forests and plains of Slavic lands, and his character shifted again. Here, folklore often imbued him with a strange, melancholic wisdom. He was the eternal witness, yes, but one who had learned something from his centuries of watching. In some Russian and Polish tales, he appears at markets or crossroads, offering cryptic prophecies or warnings to those who would listen. He was a living archive of lost knowledge, yet in other Slavic traditions, his ancient presence was a portent of doom. If he was seen lingering near a village, it was believed plague or famine would soon follow. His curse had become contagious, a miasma of misfortune that trailed in his footsteps. This reflected a deep-seated fear of the stranger, the outsider who brings unseen danger to the community's door. Meanwhile, in the misty landscapes of British folklore, the story performed a remarkable merge. The wandering Jew was sometimes conflated with other eternal biblical figures, like the prophet Elijah, who was taken to heaven in a chariot of fire and was believed to return before the Messiah, or John the Divine, who many medieval theologians believed never died. This blending created a powerful composite, a holy wanderer whose purpose was not punishment but divine mission. He was a watchman for the end of days, his endless travel a form of sacred patrol. So in one region he is a penitent, in another a prophet, and in yet another a plague bearer. This incredible adaptability is the hidden engine of the legend's survival. The Wandering Jew was never just one man, he was a mirror. Communities saw in him what they needed to see, projecting their deepest anxieties about death, their reverence for sacred journey, their suspicion of the unknown, and their hopes for divine wisdom onto his timeless traveling form. He became a story that belonged to everyone precisely because he could be made to mean anything. The pamphlets claimed he was real, and soon people everywhere swore they had seen him. From the 16th to the 19th centuries, a wave of sightings washed across Europe, each one insisting the myth had flesh and bone. In Hamburg in 1547, a storm of public fear and fascination erupted when a stranger arrived in the city. Witnesses described a tall, gaunt man with a long beard, dressed in threadbare clothes that seemed from another age. He spoke with a quiet, heavy sorrow, answering questions about ancient Jerusalem with chilling precision. He said his name was Ahasuerus, and he was the shoemaker who had turned Christ away. The city was transfixed, and the story was quickly printed and spread, becoming one of the most influential of all the early accounts. Over 2 centuries later, in Brussels in 1774, a similar figure appeared. This time, he was seen at a church door, listening intently to a sermon about divine judgment. When approached, he reportedly confirmed his identity and spoke of witnessing the fall of Rome and the rise of Charlemagne as if they were recent memories. His demeanor was one of profound, weary sadness, a man carrying the weight of all history on his shoulders. Then, in the small town of Stamford, England, an account from the early 19th century tells of an old man who arrived during a fair. He was a beggar, but he spoke with an unnerving knowledge of local history that predated any living resident's memory. He vanished as suddenly as he came, leaving behind a town buzzing with rumors that the eternal wanderer had passed through. The details in these reports are remarkably consistent. He is always dressed in tattered, outdated clothing. His eyes hold a bottomless, ancient sorrow. He possesses an impossible first-hand knowledge of events centuries past, and he never stays long, always moving on before he can be fully examined or questioned. So what were these encounters? Cunning hoaxes by clever impostors seeking notoriety or alms. Cases of mistaken identity, where a lonely, well-traveled vagrant with a gift for storytelling was transformed by the eager imaginations of his listeners. or perhaps episodes of mass hysteria, where the pervasive power of the legend shaped what an entire community believed it saw. The hidden truth behind these sightings speaks less about a supernatural being and more about a profound human need. People did not just want to believe the story, they desperately wanted to touch it, to confirm it with their own eyes. In an age before photography or mass media, the line between rumor and reality was thin. A compelling stranger with a good story could become a legend walking down your very street. These sightings were a form of collective storytelling, a way for communities to participate in the myth, to bring the grand, terrifying narrative of guilt and time into their own town square. They were proof that some stories are so powerful, we will literally will them into existence, if only for a moment to feel the chill of their truth. But a wanderer is more than just a traveler. He is a mind forever set apart. To truly understand the legend's grip on us, we must look inward to the psychology it embodies. The wandering Jew is the ultimate archetype of the eternal outsider. He is not merely passing through towns. He exists outside the very framework of time and community that defines human life. His curse is a profound state of psychological exile. He watches families form, children grow old, and cultures evolve, but he can never participate. He is the permanent guest who can never become part of the family, the observer behind the glass, forever separated from the warmth and connection on the other side. This taps into one of our most fundamental human fears, the terror of rootlessness. What is a person without a home, without a people, without a place in the story of the world? The legend gives that fear a face and a name, and makes it walk an endless road. This archetype found a devastatingly real-world reflection in the historical Jewish experience in Europe. For centuries, Jewish communities across the continent lived in a state of enforced diaspora. They were often denied citizenship, forbidden from owning land, and restricted to certain trades. They were the perpetual other within Christian society, tolerated at times, persecuted at others, and frequently expelled from kingdoms and cities with shocking regularity. From the expulsion from England in the 13th century, to the Spanish Inquisition, to the pogroms of Eastern Europe, Jewish people were forced into a literal and psychological state of wandering. They built homes and communities only to have them shattered, packing their lives into carts and moving on, forever seeking a safe harbor that could be revoked at any moment. The legend of the wandering Jew, in a cruel twist, externalized this traumatic reality and then blamed the victim for it. It took the historical condition of a people, survival through adaptation and movement, and spun it into a supernatural punishment for a single ancient sin. The hidden truth here is that the myth served a darkly comforting purpose for the majority culture. It explained the presence of the outsider in their midst, not as a result of their own laws and prejudices, but as a divine decree, an eternal and unchanging fact of the universe. The Jew was not a neighbor displaced by violence, but a cursed soul fulfilling a prophecy. Yet the power of the eternal outsider archetype resonates far beyond this specific, painful history. It speaks to a universal human condition. In our own lives, haven't we all felt like outsiders at some point? The new student in a school where everyone else has known each other for years. The immigrant navigating a new country, fluent in the language but not yet in the unwritten rules. The person whose beliefs or identity sets them apart from their family or community. The wandering Jew magnifies this everyday experience to a cosmic scale. His endless journey becomes a metaphor for any search for belonging that seems to have no end. His immortality is the ultimate expression of surviving against all odds, but at what cost? The legend asks us the most haunting question about resilience. Is survival itself a kind of curse if it means you can never stop running, never put down roots, never truly rest? This is why the story sticks with us. It externalizes our deep anxiety about what we must give up to endure, and the lonely price of perpetual adaptation. The figure pacing the highways of Europe is not just a relic of superstition. He is the shadow self of anyone who has ever had to leave a piece of their heart behind in order to keep moving forward. That profound loneliness, the psychology of the eternal outsider, could not be contained by pamphlets and folktales alone. It demanded the attention of artists, and in the hands of great writers, the legend found a new kind of immortality, transforming from a figure of superstition into a mirror for the modern soul. The first to see this potential was one of Europe's greatest literary minds, Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. In the late 18th century, Goethe became fascinated by the wanderer, not as a symbol of divine punishment, but as an embodiment of something deeply human. He saw in Ahasuerus a figure of infinite striving, a spirit forever unsatisfied, forever in motion. Goethe sketched plans for an epic poem where the wandering Jew would be the central character, a cosmic traveler who witnesses all of human history and the vastness of the universe itself. For Goethe, the curse was not about guilt, but about the insatiable human desire for knowledge and experience. His wanderer was a romantic hero of a sort, condemned not by God, but by his own boundless curiosity and restless spirit. This was a radical reinterpretation. The figure was no longer a cautionary tale from the past. He was a symbol of humanity's future, our endless quest for meaning that can never be fully satisfied. Goethe never finished his grand poem, but his vision planted a seed, showing other writers that this ancient myth could be used to explore the most pressing philosophical questions of the age. That seed took root in the fiery imagination of the Romantic poets. Percy Bysshe Shelley, as a young man, wrote a long narrative poem titled simply The Wandering Jew. In Shelley's hands, the figure underwent another stunning transformation. He was stripped of any religious penitence and reborn as a figure of pure, defiant rebellion. Shelley's Wanderer is a Promethean hero raging against a tyrannical god who would condemn a man to such a cruel fate. His endless walking becomes not a punishment, but a form of eternal protest. He is a revolutionary, his very existence a challenge to divine authority and the injustices of the world. This recasting was a perfect fit for Shelley's own radical politics and his belief in the power of the individual spirit to fight against oppression, whether earthly or celestial. The Wanderer was no longer a sad relic. He was a tragic revolutionary, forever marching against the forces that sought to break him. This literary adoption did something extraordinary. It elevated the figure from the realm of folklore and propaganda into the arena of high art and philosophical debate. He was now a vessel for exploring ideas about freedom, tyranny, and the human condition. Across the Atlantic, another literary master would find a different, more chilling use for the theme. Edgar Allan Poe was less interested in cosmic rebellion or philosophical striving. He was obsessed with the psychology of obsession itself. In his haunting short story, The Man of the Crowd, Poe presents us with a very different kind of cursed walker. The narrator, convalescing in a London coffee house, becomes fixated on an old man he sees in the bustling street outside. This man's face holds a terrible secret, an expression of such profound and wild desperation that the narrator feels compelled to follow him. What ensues is a night-long pursuit through the foggy, gas-lit labyrinths of the city. The old man walks without pause, without purpose, moving from crowd to crowd, as if driven by a monstrous internal engine. He cannot bear to be alone. His curse is not one of physical exile, but of spiritual emptiness. He is condemned to walk amidst humanity, yet be utterly isolated from it, seeking in the noise and press of the crowd a feeble antidote to his own terrifying void. Poe never calls him the Wandering Jew, but the archetype is unmistakable. This is the legend internalized and urbanized. The endless road is now the paved street. The curse is a sickness of the modern mind, a compulsion to move in order to escape the horror of one's own thoughts. In Poe's story, the figure becomes a warning about the alienation of the modern city and the dark labyrinths within the human psyche. Through these literary lenses, the Wanderer was reborn. Goethe gave him the restless intellect of the Enlightenment. Shelley armed him with the defiant heart of romantic revolution. Poe peered into his soul and found the abyss of modern anxiety. Each writer, in their own way, proved that the true power of the legend was not in its supposed historical truth, but in its limitless adaptability. He was a blank page upon which the greatest anxieties and aspirations of each new era could be written. From a medieval penitent, he had become a philosophical idea, a revolutionary symbol, and a psychological case study. His footsteps no longer just echoed on dusty roads. They now paced through the very corridors of the human imagination, leaving traces in poetry and prose that would last far longer than any pamphlet. The literary transformation of The Wanderer reached its most explosive and popular form not in a poem, but in a sprawling, sensational novel. In the 1840s, Paris was gripped by a serialized story that appeared in newspapers chapter by chapter, a publishing phenomenon that had entire city blocks buzzing with anticipation for the next installment. This was Eugene Sue's monumental work, simply titled The Wandering Jew. Sue took the solitary, mythical figure and placed him at the center of a vast, intricate conspiracy involving a single cursed family across generations. But the wanderer himself, Ahasuerus, was almost a background force, a spectral catalyst. The real target of Sue's story was not ancient Jerusalem, but modern Paris. He used the legend as a blistering vehicle for social critique, weaving a tale that attacked the corruption and political power of the Jesuit order, while passionately championing socialist ideals of justice and equality. In Sue's hands, the endless journey became a metaphor for the struggle of the oppressed against a rigged system. The wanderer's curse was reframed, his immortality now a tool to witness and ultimately aid in the overthrow of a different kind of tyranny, the economic and religious institutions that crushed the working class. This novel was a cultural thunderclap. It sold in the hundreds of thousands, proving that this ancient myth could be the engine for a page-turning thriller about the most urgent issues of the day: industrialization, grotesque inequality, and the abuse of authority. The Wandering Jew was no longer just a spiritual archetype. He was a revolutionary mascot. Across the Atlantic and decades later, a very different novelist would approach the same legend with an entirely opposite sensibility. Lew Wallace, famous for writing Ben-Hur, penned a novel called The Prince of India in 1893. Wallace's wanderer is not a hidden revolutionary, but a public figure of immense wealth, wisdom, and melancholy. He appears not as a shoemaker, but as a mysterious Eastern prince, a scholar and advisor who moves through the courts of Constantinople, possessing knowledge that spans millennia. This version is deeply sympathetic, a philosophical soul burdened by memory, yet actively engaged in the world, trying to use his ancient wisdom to guide empires and prevent conflicts. Wallace removed almost all the anti-Semitic undertones and the sense of divine punishment, focusing instead on the profound loneliness and moral weight of such an existence. His wanderer is a tragic sage, not a cursed penitent. The contrast between Sue and Wallace could not be more striking. One used the legend as a hammer to smash contemporary institutions, injecting it with political fury. The other used it as a lens to explore timeless questions of wisdom, grief, and influence, wrapping it in historical epic. Both, however, proved the same point: the framework of the eternal witness was infinitely adaptable. You could pour the anxieties of industrial revolution or the romantic ideals of a noble sage into the same vessel, and it would hold the shape perfectly. These novels show us that by the 19th century, The hidden truth of the legend was its utility. It was a narrative tool, a blank character whose very emptiness allowed writers, and by extension their readers, to project their own greatest concerns onto his ageless traveling form. His footsteps now paced through the gritty streets of modern class warfare and the gilded halls of historical fiction, proving that a story about a man who cannot die is really a story about everything that makes us human. Yet this powerful narrative vessel, so open to reinterpretation, also carried a poison. The same legend that inspired poets and novelists held a darker, far more dangerous potential, one that would be twisted into a weapon of hatred. For centuries, the story of the wandering Jew was not just a tale of eternal exile. It was systematically molded into an anti-Semitic caricature. The original crime of mockery was often deliberately conflated with the collective guilt assigned to Jewish people for the death of Jesus. In this corrupted version, the wanderer was no longer just a man who made a cruel remark. He became the archetypal Christ-killing Jew, his endless punishment presented as divine proof of Jewish guilt and rejection. His forced wandering was seen not as a tragic individual fate, but as the deserved condition of an entire people cursed to be rootless and alien. This interpretation weaponized the myth's core elements. His immortality became a sign of supernatural stubbornness, a refusal to accept Christian truth. His movement from place to place was framed not as a sentence, but as an inherent suspicious character trait, embodying harmful stereotypes of Jewish people as perpetual outsiders, incapable of loyalty to any nation, forever scheming and parasitic. This was a profound and malicious distortion. It took the historical reality of Jewish diaspora, often enforced by expulsion and violence from Christian states, and flipped the cause and effect. It claimed Jewish people were wanderers because they were cursed by God, rather than acknowledging they were often made to wander by the laws and prejudices of men. This narrative was used to justify everything from social exclusion and economic restrictions to violent pogroms. When mobs attacked Jewish communities, the legend was sometimes in the background, a whispered justification that this violence was merely the unfolding of an ancient divine judgment. The myth provided a theological and story-based excuse for persecution, turning bigotry into a kind of pious duty. This poisoned interpretation reached its most horrific and systematic application in the 20th century. The Nazi regime, in its campaign to dehumanize Jewish people and justify their extermination, eagerly seized upon this corrupted archetype. Nazi propaganda films, newspapers, and school textbooks frequently invoked the image of the eternal wandering Jew. He was depicted as a hook-nosed, shadowy figure, slinking across borders, carrying moral decay and Bolshevism like a disease. This imagery served a specific vile purpose. It linked the ancient religious stereotype with modern political fears, painting Jewish people as an eternal international conspiracy against the German Volk and the Aryan race. The wanderer's agelessness was perverted into a symbol of an insidious, unchanging threat that had to be eradicated once and for all. This was the legend's darkest, most tragic twist. A story that began as a meditation on guilt and time was harnessed to fuel the machinery of genocide. It is a stark, painful reminder that myths are never harmless. The stories we tell about the other can, over centuries, crystallize into a cultural logic that makes unspeakable cruelty seem like a historical or even divine necessity. The hidden truth here is one of profound responsibility. The Wandering Jew legend shows us how a narrative can be hollowed out and filled with hatred, how a symbol of human suffering can be inverted into a reason to inflict more suffering. It forces us to ask, what stories are we telling today about those who seem different or rootless or outside the mainstream? And what real-world consequences might those stories seed, perhaps centuries from now? But even the darkest weapon can be reforged into a shield. In a profound act of cultural reclamation, Jewish artists and thinkers began to reach into the very myth that had been used to vilify them, pulling it back into their own hands and transforming its meaning entirely. This was not a denial of the legend, but a radical reinterpretation. They took the figure of the eternal wanderer and saw in him not a cursed outcast, but a mirror of their own historical experience, and within that reflection they found not shame, but a powerful, defiant resilience. The wandering was no longer a divine punishment. It became the very proof of survival. It was the story of a people who, against all odds, had kept their identity alive while moving through hostile lands for centuries. In this new light, the Wandering Jew became a symbol of the Jewish diaspora itself, an embodiment of intellectual curiosity, adaptability, and an unbreakable spirit. One of the most striking literary reclamations came from the Yiddish writer Sholem Asch. In his play The Wandering Jew, written in the 1930s, Asch did something remarkable. He humanized the figure, giving him a family, a heart, and a deep, tragic love. His Ahasuerus is not a solitary specter, but a man who marries and has a daughter. His curse is not to walk alone, but to watch everyone he loves age and die while he remains. The central tragedy shifts from a crime against God to the profound human pain of outliving your own world again and again. Asch infused the myth with a specifically Jewish pathos, the sorrow of exile and the aching desire for home, making the wanderer a relatable, empathetic figure whose greatest punishment is the loss of connection. This was a reclamation through empathy, turning a symbol of otherness into a universal story of love and loss. Visual artists embarked on a similar transformation, none more poetically than Marc Chagall. Throughout his career, Chagall's paintings are filled with floating figures, wandering fiddlers, and displaced villagers, all moving through a dreamlike, nostalgic world. While he did not paint the Wandering Jew as a named character, he captured his essence completely. Chagall's entire visual language is one of poetic exile. His figures are unmoored from the ground, drifting with their memories and their bundles through skies of deep blue. They carry the villages of their past with them in their minds. In works like The Wandering Jew, painted in 1925, Chagall presents a weary, bearded man in traditional Jewish dress, a bundle on his back, moving through a fragmented landscape that blends the wooden houses of his shtetl with the alien geometry of a modern city. This figure is not cursed, he is mournful, dignified, and enduring. He carries his home within him. Chagall reclaimed the wanderer by making him the carrier of an entire culture, a floating archive of memory and tradition that no amount of displacement could erase. This artistic reclamation represents one of the most powerful hidden truths in the entire evolution of the legend. It demonstrates that the ultimate power over a story lies not in its origin, but in who gets to tell it and for what purpose. By seizing the narrative, these artists performed an act of alchemy. They took a symbol designed to enforce isolation and transformed it into a testament to unbreakable cultural continuity. They looked at the figure condemned to walk forever and said, "Yes, we have walked, and in that walking we have carried our stories, our learning, and our community with us." Our roots are not in a single plot of land, but in the very act of remembrance and adaptation. The wanderer's endless road became, in their hands, not a path of punishment, but the sacred highway of survival itself. The road of survival inevitably leads to the silver screen and the comic book page. As the 20th century unfolded, the wandering Jew shed his medieval cloak and stepped into the bright, flickering light of modern media, his ancient curse now resonating with entirely new fears. In popular culture, he was no longer just a religious archetype. He became a template for exploring the psychological torment of immortality itself. Take the novel The Stress of Her Regard by Tim Powers, a master of secret history. Here, the legend is woven into the lives of romantic poets like Byron and Shelley. The wanderer figure is not a man cursed by Christ, but a man bound to a vampiric elemental spirit, a muse who grants inspiration but drains life. His immortality is a parasitic trap, a never-ending cycle of artistic brilliance and personal ruin. This reframes the eternal journey as an addiction to creation, where the price of timeless genius is the loss of everything that makes a mortal life meaningful. It is a haunting metaphor for the cost of art and for any obsession that consumes the self. This theme of the weary, knowledgeable immortal found perhaps its most elegant modern expression in the pages of Neil Gaiman's The Sandman. In this landmark comic series, the Wandering Jew appears under his old name, Hob Gadling, but Gaiman, with a storyteller's genius, flips the entire premise. In the year 1389, Hob is an ordinary man in a tavern who simply declares to his friends that he has no intention of ever dying. He is overheard by Dream, the Lord of Stories, who finds the idea amusing and grants Hob his wish as a kind of wager. Every 100 years, they meet in the same tavern to discuss whether Hob still wishes to live. This is not a punishment, but a gift, or perhaps an experiment. Over 6 centuries, we watch Hob live. He experiences wealth and poverty, love and loss, joy and unimaginable sorrow. He learns, he adapts, he grows weary, but he never stops finding new reasons to say yes to life. Gaiman's Wanderer is not defined by a single moment of mockery, but by the cumulative weight and wonder of human experience. He becomes a celebration of resilience, a testament to the stubborn, beautiful will to keep going. Hob Gadling is the legend redeemed, transformed from a cursed soul into a friend of the eternal, a man who proves that even an endless life can be filled with purpose. Cinema, however, often leaned back into the legend's darker, more horrific roots. The 1933 British film The Wandering Jew is a perfect example. It plays the story straight as a Gothic melodrama. Conrad Veidt, with his intense, sorrowful eyes, portrays the wanderer as a tragic figure moving through the centuries, his presence inevitably bringing misfortune to those who recognize him. The film frames him as an object of pity and terror, a living ghost story, but the most widespread cultural absorption of the archetype happened indirectly, through stories not about the wandering Jew, but about anyone cursed with his condition. The film Highlander is essentially a secular, action-packed version of the same core idea: immortal warriors, locked in a secret game across centuries, forced to watch loved ones die, carrying the baggage of countless past lives. Their prize is not redemption, but a vague, ultimate power. The central anxiety, however, is identical: the crushing loneliness of outliving your world, the struggle to hold onto your identity when you have been so many different people. We see it in vampires, forever young but forever hungry, mourning the sunlight of their human past. We see it in elves in fantasy, whose long lives make them seem aloof and sorrowful to short-lived humans. Each of these characters is a fragment of the original wanderer, carrying a piece of his curse, the burden of memory in a world that constantly forgets. This modern metamorphosis reveals the hidden truth of the legend's enduring power. It is no longer about theology or historical guilt. In our accelerated, amnesiac age, the wandering Jew speaks to our own anxieties about time and identity. In a world of digital archives and fleeting trends, what does it mean to remember too much? What is the psychological cost of carrying the past? His endless journey mirrors our own feeling of being unmoored, of scrolling through endless digital content without a true home. He embodies the modern fear of becoming irrelevant, of being a relic in a world rushing forward. Yet in characters like Hob Gadling, he also offers a strange hope. He suggests that identity is not a fixed point, but a story we continue to write with every step, even on a road that seems to have no end. The wanderer's footsteps no longer echo on cobblestones. They now pace through the pixels of our screens and the panels of our graphic novels, asking us the same eternal question: what makes a life worth living when it just goes on. That endless road forces us to ask the most difficult question of all. Is his immortality a curse, or could it be a gift in disguise? This is the profound theological puzzle at the heart of the legend, a debate that turns on how we understand divine justice itself. On the surface, the answer seems brutally clear. The wanderer's existence is a punishment. He is denied the fundamental human experiences of rest, belonging, and a natural death. His sentence is to be forever apart, a perpetual reminder of a single moment of failure. In this view, divine justice is retributive, an eye for an eye stretched across eternity. He mocked a suffering man's need for respite, so he shall never know respite himself. The poetic symmetry is cruel and absolute, yet when we look closer, the waters grow murky. What if this punishment contains within it the seeds of its own contradiction? To be a witness to all of human history is to be granted a perspective no mortal soul will ever have. He sees the full arc of civilizations, the long consequences of actions, the slow, grinding work of progress, and the tragic repetition of error. He becomes, in a very real sense, a living library of the human experience. Is such knowledge a form of torment, or could it be a strange, terrible form of grace? Some theological interpretations have leaned toward the latter. They propose that his endless journey is not merely punitive but pedagogical. It is a path of forced penance, yes, but one designed for ultimate redemption. By walking the earth, he serves as a perpetual testament to the truth of the Passion, a walking sermon that turns hearts toward faith. His suffering in this reading becomes a participation in the redemptive suffering of Christ himself. His immortality is the canvas upon which God's mercy is slowly, painstakingly painted, stroke by century. He is not damned, he is being saved in the most arduous way imaginable. This view transforms the legend from a simple horror story into a mystery of divine patience. It suggests that justice and mercy are not opposites, but intertwined threads in a tapestry too vast for us to comprehend. The wanderer's curse becomes a crucible, burning away his original sin of indifference through the slow fire of endless empathy. He must learn, through millennia of observation, the sacred value of every fleeting human life, a lesson he failed to grasp in that one critical moment. This philosophical layer is what gives the legend its enduring intellectual grip. It forces us to wrestle with the nature of time, suffering, and purpose. If his life has no end, can it ever have meaning? Or is the meaning found precisely in the endlessness, in the commitment to continue, to witness, to remember? We see this debate reflected in two very different modern archetypes. Compare the figure of the weary, sorrowful immortal, like the vampire Louis in Interview with a Vampire, who sees his eternal life as a monstrous burden, a curse of endless hunger and grief. Then consider a character like Doctor Who, a being of immense longevity who travels not as punishment, but out of boundless curiosity and a desire to help. The Doctor's journey is framed as a gift, a privilege of witnessing the universe. Both characters carry echoes of the wandering Jew, yet one embodies the curse, the other the gift. The legend holds both possibilities in tension. It asks us whether wisdom gained through infinite sorrow is true wisdom, or just another kind of prison. It challenges our notions of fairness. Is a punishment that lasts 2,000 years just, or does true justice allow for transformation, for the sinner to eventually, through unimaginable perseverance, become a saint? The wanderer walks this razor's edge. His footsteps are a silent question echoing through time, not about what he did, but about what his endless journey might finally, someday, mean. The sea has its own wanderer, a captain cursed to sail an ocean with no shore. The Flying Dutchman is the maritime mirror to our land-bound figure, his ship a wooden prison gliding over endless waves. Where the Jew walks from city to city, the Dutchman sails from horizon to horizon, both denied the simple human right of a destination. His transgression is often one of pride, defying a storm or blaspheming against heaven, and his punishment is the same, an eternity of motion without progress, forever seen as a ghostly omen by terrified sailors. This pairing is no accident. It tells us the fear of endless exile is not bound to soil. It lives just as powerfully in the vast trackless blue, and these two are not alone in their timeless vigil. Literature offers another profound echo in Samuel Taylor Coleridge's Ancient Mariner. After he kills the benevolent albatross, an act of senseless cruelty against nature, the mariner is not slain. Instead, he is forced to wear the dead bird around his neck and wander the world, telling his tale to anyone who will listen. His curse is to be a living lesson, his endless journey a penance of storytelling. Then there are the figures from the deep woods of European folklore, like the wild huntsman. Often a nobleman who dared to hunt on the Sabbath, he is condemned to lead a spectral chase across the night sky for all eternity, his hounds baying at the moon. His road is the storm cloud, his rest never coming. These stories from sea, page, and forest share a hauntingly consistent architecture. Each begins with a transgression, a moment where a human will defies a cosmic or natural law through mockery, pride, cruelty, or sacrilege. The punishment is never simple death. It is something far more inventive and psychologically profound, a supernatural sentence that removes the offender from the normal flow of time. They are made into permanent fixtures of the world, forced to repeat an action, or bear a burden, or simply exist long after their peers have turned to dust. The core of the curse is the burden of endless time itself, the unbearable weight of memory in a world that forgets, the agony of witnessing cycles of life and death from which you are forever barred. This pattern reveals a universal human storytelling template, one that speaks to a deep shared anxiety. We are storytellers who understand consequences, but we are also mortals who cannot truly grasp eternity. So we create these figures to embody that terrifying concept, to explore the price of crossing boundaries that should never be crossed. They become our cautionary tales about the limits of human ambition and the sacredness of the natural order. Even our modern myths follow this ancient blueprint. Consider the vampire, immortal yet forever thirsting, watching centuries pass from the shadows, often cursed for some past sin or choice. Or the comic book hero Wolverine, whose healing factor grants him a form of endless life, a gift that becomes a curse as he outlives friends and lovers, his memory a vault of unending grief. These characters are the wandering Jew and the flying Dutchman in contemporary clothing, their superpowers merely new forms of the old sentence. They show us that our fascination with cursed immortality is not a relic of superstition, but a persistent thread in the human psyche. We keep retelling this story because it confronts the ultimate paradox. What if the thing we often think we want, to live forever, is actually the worst possible fate? These eternal figures, in all their forms, are the answer to that question, walking, sailing, and haunting reminders that to be human is to be part of a cycle, and to be placed outside that cycle is the deepest exile of all. Perhaps a man matching his description did walk the dusty roads of medieval Europe. The historical person theory is a stubborn whisper at the edge of the legend, a fringe idea that insists some real flesh and blood individual must have been the seed for this towering story. Could there have been a kernel of truth? Some researchers and enthusiasts have proposed that the original wanderer was not a cursed biblical figure, but a remarkable, living person whose very existence was so strange it sparked a supernatural rumor. Imagine a medieval ascetic, one of those devout hermits who took to the roads as an extreme form of penance. Such a man might have wandered for decades, his body worn thin by fasting and exposure, his mind focused on the eternal, giving him an unnaturally gaunt and timeless appearance. To superstitious villagers, a man who looked 60 but claimed to have been walking for 40 years might slowly transform in the telling into a man who had been walking for 400. His profound knowledge of scripture and distant lands, gleaned from other travelers or monastic libraries, could be misconstrued as the first-hand knowledge of an ancient witness. This theory suggests the legend began not with a curse, but with a misunderstanding, a case of a truly extraordinary human life being filtered through the prism of religious awe and folk imagination. Another compelling possibility lies not in piety, but in neurology. There are rare, real-world conditions that can profoundly alter a person's relationship with time and memory. Consider hyperthymesia, or highly superior autobiographical memory, where an individual can recall nearly every day of their life in minute detail. A person with such a condition, living in an era before psychology, might recount past events with such vivid, specific clarity that listeners would be staggered, unable to believe such recall was possible for a mortal mind. He might speak of the great famine or a king's coronation not as history learned from a book, but as personal experience, because in his mind it was. Combine this with a condition like progeria, which causes rapid aging in children, or its opposite, a syndrome that creates an exceptionally youthful appearance, and you have the ingredients for a local legend of an ageless wanderer. The stories would write themselves around him. Then there are the famous historical enigmas, figures so shrouded in mystery they seem to step right out of a myth. Two names often arise in these speculations. The first is John Dee, the brilliant and notorious advisor to Queen Elizabeth I. Dee was a mathematician, astrologer, and avid seeker of occult knowledge who traveled extensively across Europe. His vast learning, his secretive conversations with angels, and his long, enigmatic life made him a figure of awe and suspicion. To the common people, a man who spoke in codes and claimed to commune with the eternal could easily be mythologized into something more than human. The second, and perhaps more famous candidate, is the Count of Saint-Germain, an 18th century courtier, musician, and alchemist. He was a man who seemed to have no verifiable past. He appeared in European salons speaking multiple languages flawlessly, displaying incredible knowledge of history as if he had been there, and never seeming to age. He hinted at being centuries old, having known figures from ancient times, while he was almost certainly a very clever impostor and spy. The aura he cultivated was perfect fuel for the wandering Jew legend. In a society buzzing with tales of the eternal witness, a charismatic stranger who played into that myth would find a ready-made and captivated audience. His persona was a performance that resonated with a deep pre-existing story. Examining these what-if scenarios, however unlikely, reveals something far more important than historical truth. It highlights our brain's desperate, persistent need to find a factual anchor for our most compelling myths. We are pattern-seeking creatures. When faced with a story as powerful and haunting as that of the Eternal Wanderer, we instinctively scour the past for a real person who could have been the prototype. We want to believe that such a profound narrative must have sprung from a single, extraordinary life, because that feels more manageable than the alternative, that it sprang from the collective, unconscious fears of humanity itself. This search for a historical kernel is, in its own way, a continuation of the legend. It is our modern attempt to pin down the phantom, to say we found the man behind the myth. But perhaps the real power of the story lies in its refusal to be pinned down, in its eternal, elusive quality. The wanderer, by his very nature, must always be just ahead of us, around the next bend in the road, forever receding into the mists of story. His footsteps no longer trace pilgrim routes, but the cracked earth of a drying riverbed. In this most recent and urgent of all his transformations, the wandering Jew has become the silent witness to the world's unmaking. Having walked the earth for 2 millennia, his memory holds a map of what has been lost. He recalls forests so dense a man could walk for days in green shadow, rivers that ran clear and thick with salmon, winters that arrived with predictable fury, and summers that knew their bounds. Now his endless journey takes him through a different kind of exile, an ecological one. He traverses landscapes that are ghosts of themselves, where the hum of bees has been replaced by the drone of machinery, and ancient glaciers exist only in his memory. His curse in this modern reading is to carry the unbearable weight of comparison, to know precisely what has been sacrificed on the altar of progress. This reframes his ancient punishment into something profoundly contemporary, a symbol of ecological grief. This is the sorrow for a world that is dying, not in a sudden cataclysm, but in a slow, relentless fade that most people, trapped in the short memory of a single lifetime, fail to fully perceive. But the wanderer perceives it. Every bleached coral reef, every silent spring, every expanding desert is not just a news headline to him. It is a fresh wound layered upon an old, familiar landscape in his mind. He is the living archive of ecological loss, his very existence a testament to what once was, and a silent accusation of what has been allowed to vanish. This makes him a uniquely potent figure for our age of climate crisis. He embodies the long view that our modern society so desperately lacks. We debate carbon targets for 2050, but he remembers the atmosphere before the first coal fire was lit. We worry about rising sea levels, but he walked coastlines that have already been swallowed centuries ago. His perspective collapses time, forcing us to see the slow violence of environmental degradation not as an abstract future threat, but as an ongoing historical event that he has watched unfold season by polluted season. Consider him standing at the edge of what was once a vast old-growth forest, now a monoculture tree farm. Where we see rows of identical pines, he sees the absence, the lost cathedral of biodiversity, the forgotten scent of damp moss and decay that once hung in the air. His journey is now a pilgrimage through a museum of loss, each stop a reminder of a broken covenant with the natural world. This transforms the legend from a story about divine justice into one about human responsibility. His endless walking is no longer a punishment from God, but a sentence passed by our own collective actions. We have created a world where the only fitting observer is one who can never die, because the consequences of what we have done will also live on far beyond our own lifespans. In this way, the wanderer becomes the conscience of the Anthropocene, the age of human impact. He is the ghost in the machine of civilization, the reminder that every action has a reaction that echoes across centuries. His silent observation raises a haunting question for us all. If someone had been here for 2,000 years, watching us, what story would they tell about our stewardship of this fragile, singular planet? Would it be a tale of ingenuity and triumph, or a chronicle of long, slow theft from the future? The wanderer, in his new ecological guise, does not offer answers. He simply walks and remembers, forcing us to confront the true scale of the path we are on. The same sorrow that walked the roads of Europe found its voice in the concert hall. Composers, those architects of emotion, heard the rhythm of the wanderer's endless footsteps and translated it into melody, giving his silent grief a soundtrack. One of the most haunting classical interpretations is the symphonic poem by French composer Paul Dukas. Written in the 1880s, Dukas's music does not tell a literal story. Instead, it paints a psychological portrait in sound. The piece opens with a heavy, trudging theme in the lower strings, an unmistakable musical depiction of a weary, relentless walk. This motive repeats and transforms, weaving through orchestral textures that shift from moments of anguished climax to passages of fragile, lonely beauty. You can almost see the figure moving through fog and shadow, the music capturing not just his motion, but the weight of centuries in his soul. It is a masterpiece of atmosphere, proving that the legend's power lies as much in its mood as in its plot. Around the same time, composer Auguste Mermet took a more direct approach with his grand opera, The Wandering Jew. Premiering in Paris in 1852, it brought the myth to the stage with all the spectacle of 19th century opera. Mermet's work dramatizes the legend, giving Ahasuerus areas of profound despair and moments of doomed romance. The operatic format allowed audiences to see the human face of the curse, to hear his loneliness sung with raw theatrical power. In the opera house, the abstract idea of eternal exile became a visceral, emotional experience, felt in the vibration of a tenor's voice filling a vast room. These classical works framed the wanderer with a certain grandeur, a tragic dignity fit for the sweeping scale of symphony and stage. But as music evolved, so did his musical shadow. The 20th century heard his footsteps in a very different rhythm. The progressive rock band Renaissance, known for their lyrical, myth-inspired songs, dedicated an entire track to him on their 1976 album Scheherazade and Other Stories. Their song Ahasuerus is a sprawling, nearly 11-minute epic. It begins with gentle acoustic guitar and piano, the vocals telling his story with a folk-like clarity. But as the song progresses, it builds in complexity, adding layers of synthesizer and driving percussion. The music itself seems to journey, moving through sections of quiet reflection and explosive, almost frantic energy, mirroring the wanderer's own cycles of despair and desperate forward motion. It is a rock ballad that treats the legend with the seriousness of a classical tone poem, proving the story's themes were timeless enough for electric guitars. And then there is the world of heavy metal, a genre built on themes of isolation, rebellion, and epic struggle. Bands like Iced Earth and Candlemas have woven references to the eternal outcast into their lyrics. In these songs, the wanderer's curse is often embraced as a symbol of ultimate endurance. The pounding drums mimic an unstoppable march. The distorted guitars wail with a sound that could be anguish or defiance, or both. Metal takes the melancholy of the classical interpretations and injects it with a raw, powerful anger, connecting the ancient punishment to a very modern sense of alienation and resistance. What all these musical interpretations share, from Ducas's brooding orchestra to the crunch of a metal riff, is their capture of the legend's emotional core. Music is the language of feeling, and it excels at conveying what words alone cannot: the profound melancholy of endless time, the paradoxical grandeur of a punishment so vast, and above all, the sensation of relentless forward motion. A repeating bass line, a cyclical melody, a driving rhythm section, these are all musical metaphors for a journey that cannot end. This auditory dimension adds a crucial layer to our understanding. We can read about his loneliness, but to hear it expressed in a minor key chord or in the weary drag of a tempo allows us to feel it in our bones. The composers and musicians across centuries and genres listened to the same silent footsteps we have been following, and they answered back with a chorus of shared human feeling, giving one of our oldest ghosts a voice that still echoes in every note. Yet the road is not walked by men alone. Our story of endless exile takes a profound turn when we shift our gaze, for the archetype of the cursed wanderer is not exclusively male. Across cultures, we find haunting female counterparts, their stories weaving the same fabric of eternal sorrow, but with threads of distinctly feminine experience. Consider the lesser-known but powerful legend of the wandering Jewess. In some European folklore, she is sometimes presented as a sister or a counterpart to Ahasuerus, cursed for a similar act of mockery or refusal of comfort. Yet her narrative often bends under different weights. While the male wanderer's transgression is frequently framed as a public theological crime against the divine, the female wanderer's sin is often more intimate, tied to the domestic and maternal spheres. Her exile speaks not just to a punishment from God, but to a rupture in the natural order of family and nurture. This shift becomes even clearer when we look beyond the Jewish context to figures like La Llorona, the weeping woman of Latin American folklore. Her story is one of devastating personal tragedy. Often, she is a woman who, in a fit of madness or revenge against an unfaithful lover, drowns her own children. Overcome with immediate, bottomless remorse, she is denied entry into the afterlife until she can find them. So she wanders riverbanks and lonely roads eternally, her spectral weeping echoing in the night, a warning and an embodiment of inconsolable grief. Her transgression is the ultimate violation of motherhood, and her curse is to forever search for what she herself destroyed. her wandering is not a passive witness to history, but an active, agonizing search for redemption that can never be achieved. The core mechanics are the same as the Wandering Jew, an eternal punishment for a grave sin, removing the offender from the cycle of life and death, but the emotional center has pivoted. The male wanderer's pain is often that of the observer, the intellectual burden of memory and isolation. The female wanderer's torment in these traditional tellings is visceral, rooted in the body and in failed relationships, the loss of children, the betrayal of love, the shattering of the home. These stories adapt the template of cursed exile to explore societal judgments placed specifically on women. A man might be cursed for mocking divinity, a public act. A woman is more often cursed for a failure in her private, expected role as a caretaker, a faithful partner, a nurturing mother. Her endless road becomes a path of perpetual penance for violating these sacred societal contracts. This gender shift reveals a hidden layer in our understanding of the archetype. It shows that the fear of eternal exile is universal, but the reasons for that exile are deeply colored by the roles and expectations a society assigns. The road of sorrow is walked by all, but the burdens they carry, the ghosts that haunt their steps, are shaped by the very world that casts them out. Listening to La Llorona's weep or imagining the Jewess on her lonely path, we hear a different frequency of the same endless lament, one that ties the curse not to the cosmos, but to the heart and to the profound, specific griefs that can break it forever. Perhaps some of those who were seen were not cursed, but compelled by a force within their own minds. The human brain, in its profound complexity, can sometimes generate behaviors so strange they appear supernatural to an observer. This brings us to a fascinating intersection where folklore meets neuroscience, a place where the legend of the eternal walker finds a startlingly plausible echo in documented medical conditions. Consider the phenomenon known as dramamania or compulsive wandering. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, physicians began to study cases of individuals, almost always men, who would suddenly and inexplicably leave their homes and families. They would embark on long, aimless journeys, walking hundreds of miles across countries, often with no clear destination or memory of their plans. They were not running from the law or pursuing adventure. They were driven by an irresistible internal urge to move. When found, these men were frequently exhausted, disoriented, and unable to fully explain why they had left or where they had been. Their travels seemed purposeless, a physical manifestation of a deep psychological unrest. This condition was sometimes poetically, if inaccurately, called pathological tourism. Now, place such a man in the 13th or 16th century. A stranger arrives in your village, footsore and ragged, speaking with an accent from a distant region. He seems confused about his own past, his story is fragmented, and he possesses a weary, haunted look in his eyes. He might mumble about walking for a very long time because in his dissociated state it feels true. To a community steeped in religious narratives and unfamiliar with modern psychology, is it any wonder that the immediate explanation would leap toward the supernatural? He would not be seen as a man suffering from a neurological or psychiatric episode, but as a living myth, the wandering Jew made flesh. This diagnosis of dramamania offers a sobering human explanation for at least some of the sightings that fed the legend for centuries. An even more dramatic parallel can be found in dissociative fugue states. This is a rare but profound condition where a person, often in response to severe trauma or stress, experiences a sudden, unexpected journey away from their life. During a fugue state, individuals may travel far from home, assume a new identity, and have no memory of their previous life. The episode can last for days, months, or even years. When the fugue ends, they wake up in a strange place with no recollection of how they got there. They're past a blank slate. Imagine such a person emerging from a fugue in a medieval marketplace. He has no idea who he is or where he came from. He might possess skills or fragments of knowledge that feel ancient to him, simply because he cannot place their origin. To the villagers questioning him, his profound confusion and lack of a personal history could easily be interpreted as the timelessness of a cursed soul. His very emptiness becomes a canvas upon which the community's deepest fears and stories are projected. Historical records, though not using modern terminology, are filled with accounts that mirror these conditions. There are tales of the so-called French pilgrims, mysterious figures who would wander from shrine to shrine across Europe in a state of perpetual motion, their piety bordering on obsession. Medieval chronicles sometimes note individuals found walking the roads with no clear purpose, speaking in riddles or claiming to have been walking since the time of the Great Sorrow. Were these devout penitents people suffering from mental illness or both? The line was invisible to observers of the time. This scientific perspective does not diminish the power of the legend, instead, it deepens it in a new way. It grounds the supernatural in the all-too-human complexities of the mind. It suggests that the archetype of the eternal wanderer may have been shaped, in part, by real encounters with people whose internal worlds had fractured, sending them on literal journeys that mirrored the metaphorical one at the heart of the myth. Their compulsion to walk was not a divine sentence, but a symptom, a desperate physical expression of a psychic wound. So when we hear those old accounts of a gaunt, sorrowful man appearing at a city gate, we can now hold two truths in mind. The community saw a cursed biblical relic, a walking lesson in theology, but we might also be glimpsing the shadow of a real human tragedy, a mind adrift in time, whose endless road began not on the path to Calvary, but in the silent, labyrinthine corridors of the self. A single image can hold an eternity of sorrow, and for centuries, artists have tried to capture that impossible weight. when the legend of the wanderer leapt from pamphlets and poems onto canvas and copper plate, it gained a face, a posture, a look in the eye that words alone could never fully convey. These visual interpretations did more than illustrate the story. They defined how generations would see him, cementing an iconography of exile that feels instantly recognizable even today. Perhaps the most influential of all these visual storytellers was Gustave Doré. In the 1860s, the French master created a series of engravings for a poem about the wandering Jew, and in them he gave the figure a tragic, almost biblical grandeur. Doré's wanderer is not a pitiable beggar, but a monumental, weary patriarch. He is often shown from a low angle, making him tower against stormy skies or desolate landscapes. His beard is long and flowing, his cloak tattered yet somehow regal, and his eyes, deep set and shadowed, look not at the viewer, but at a horizon we cannot see. In one powerful image, he stands upon a rocky peak, staff in hand, as if he has just climbed from the depths of time itself. The sheer scale and detail of Doré's work translates the abstract concept of endless time into a physical presence you can almost feel leaning out of the page. His engravings present the curse as something majestic and terrible, a fate worthy of an epic. This was the wanderer as a force of nature, his sorrow as vast as the landscapes he traversed. A quieter, but no less potent vision came from the English wood engraver Thomas Bewick decades earlier. Working on a much smaller, more intimate scale, Bewick's wanderer is a figure of folktale rather than epic. In his woodcuts, the man is often depicted in motion, caught mid-stride on a country road, his form blending with the textures of the natural world around him. Bewick's genius was in suggestion. With just a few precise lines, he could convey the bend of a weary back, the grip on a walking staff, the sense of a journey with no beginning and no end. His wanderer feels less like a biblical monument and more like a ghost you might actually pass on a lonely lane, a fleeting shadow that carries the chill of ancient story. Whether in Doré's grand drama or Bewick's subtle hauntings, these artists were solving the same visual puzzle. How do you show 2,000 years of walking in a single static frame? They found their answers in a shared set of symbols, a visual shorthand that audiences came to know instinctively. The staff is not just for walking, it is the sole support of a man who can never rest, a third leg for a journey that has worn out too. The long beard speaks of uncounted years, a growth untouched by any barber's shears because time itself is his barber. The tattered cloak, often dark and flowing, is more than poor clothing. It is the very fabric of his sentence, fraying with the centuries but never falling completely apart. And then there is the gaze, perhaps the most important detail of all. He never looks directly at us. His eyes are always fixed on that distant point, the next bend in the road, the next century on the calendar. He is forever looking ahead because the past is too heavy to carry in his expression, and the present is just a place he is passing through. This consistent iconography performed a magic trick. It made the unimaginable concrete. You could look at one of these images and immediately understand the core of the legend without reading a single word. The staff, the beard, the cloak, the far-off look, these elements became a universal code for cursed immortality. This visual language was replicated in countless cheap prints, book illustrations, and even stained glass windows, spreading the wanderer's face across Europe and into the Americas. Every time someone purchased a print of Duré's engraving or saw Bewick's woodcut in a book, they weren't just buying art, they were participating in the myth. They were bringing the eternal outsider into their home, hanging his sorrow on their wall, and in doing so, helping to freeze a specific, powerful version of the story in the public imagination for centuries. The artists gave the wanderer a body, but in return, his image walked out of their studios and into the eyes of the world, becoming more real and more haunting with every glance. His iconic image now flickers across the glow of a computer screen. In the vast, ever-shifting landscape of the internet, the wandering Jew has found a new kind of eternity, a digital afterlife that perfectly mirrors our modern anxieties. He no longer needs to walk physical roads. His journey has become a data stream, a ghost in the machine of our collective online consciousness. You can find him in the eerie, user-generated horror stories known as creepypasta. Here, he is often reborn as a mysterious, timeless figure haunting the edges of the web, a silent administrator on a forgotten forum, or a user whose account was created decades before the internet supposedly existed. His curse translates seamlessly into the language of digital dread, the horror of an entity that was there at the dawn of the network and will be there long after the servers go dark. He is the ultimate lurker, watching every post, every trend, every flame war with the weary eyes of someone who has seen it all 1,000 times before. This digital wanderer is a perfect fit for the collaborative storytelling of role-playing games and alternate reality games, or RGS. In these spaces, players collectively build narratives, and the archetype of the ancient witness provides a powerful anchor. He might be a non-player character in a massive online game, a cryptic guide who offers quests that reference historical events no ordinary person could know. In an ORG, he could be the enigmatic figure behind a series of coded messages, his communications filled with references to archaic programming languages or forgotten net protocols, hinting that he has been manipulating online events since the days of the ARPANET. He becomes a puzzle box himself, a walking, talking repository of hidden internet history, challenging players to unravel the story of his endless digital exile. Perhaps the most telling adaptation, however, is his emergence in internet memes. In the chaotic, rapid-fire culture of online humor, the wandering Jew appears as the ultimate reaction image. A medieval woodcut of a weary traveler might be captioned, "Me scrolling through my feed for the 10th time today." A picture of Doray's monumental figure staring at the horizon could have the text, "Him watching the same drama unfold on social media for the 15th century in a row." These memes are ironic and self-aware, using the ancient curse to comment on the modern feeling of being trapped in cyclical online behaviors, witnessing the same arguments, trends, and jokes resurrected in slightly different forms year after year. He becomes the patron saint of the chronically online, a symbol of that peculiar fatigue that comes from consuming too much information with too little meaning. This digital persistence reveals a hidden truth about our current age. In an era defined by information overload and paralyzing rapid change, the figure of an eternal observer takes on a new, deeply resonant meaning. We are all, in a sense, cursed with a form of digital immortality. Our posts, our photos, our very old and cringe-worthy comments live on in servers long after we have forgotten them. We are creating a permanent record that future generations, or perhaps just algorithms, will witness. The wandering Jew, in his new online guise, embodies our anxiety about this. He is the one who remembers everything, the one who cannot log off, the one forced to witness the entire chaotic, glorious, and often ridiculous history of the internet from its birth cries to its eventual unknown end. His endless scroll is our endless scroll. His curse of remembering is our own fear of a past that the internet never lets us forget. So when you see his face in a meme or glimpse his name in a forum legend, recognize it as more than just a joke. It is the oldest story we know, wearing a new mask, asking us the same eternal question in a digital whisper: what does it mean to be here forever, watching it all? That digital ghost, endlessly scrolling, faces the same void that haunted a philosopher over a century before the first computer was built. For the Danish thinker Søren Kierkegaard, the wandering Jew was not a supernatural relic, but the perfect metaphor for the human condition itself. Kierkegaard saw in this eternal walker the essence of existential struggle, the individual forever striving, forever becoming, yet never finding a final resting place in the world. This was not about a divine curse, but about the inherent curse of consciousness. To be human, Kierkegaard argued, is to be in a state of constant tension, stretched between what we are and what we might become, between the finite facts of our life and the infinite possibilities of our freedom. The wanderer's road with no destination and no end is our road. His exile is not from Jerusalem, but from a simple, unquestioned existence. He is condemned to ask why, to seek meaning in a universe that offers no ready-made answers. This philosophical lens transforms the legend from a spooky folktale into one of our deepest stories about what it means to be awake and alive. Kierkegaard's Wanderer embodies a core existentialist theme: radical freedom and its terrifying weight. Imagine for a moment that you are utterly free, that no divine plan, no social script, no inherited identity can ultimately define your choices. This sounds like liberation, but Kierkegaard understood it as a source of profound anxiety, what he called dread. Every step is a choice. Every crossroads demands a decision that you alone are responsible for. The wandering Jew in this light is the ultimate free agent. He is unmoored from all the things that usually anchor a person, family, nation, career, even a mortal lifespan. He has nothing but his own will to keep him moving. His endless journey is the physical manifestation of a life lived in a state of perpetual choice, with no external authority to tell him where to go or when to stop. His curse is the burden of his own freedom, a freedom so absolute it becomes a form of imprisonment. He cannot blame his path on a king, a priest, or even really on God anymore, for the curse has become internalized. He walks because he must choose to walk every single day for centuries. This connects directly to the existentialist idea of authenticity, the struggle to live a life that is truly your own, not one dictated by the crowd. The wanderer is the most authentic figure imaginable, for he cannot hide behind any convention or tradition. They all crumble to dust around him. He is forced to confront his own naked existence, moment after moment, with nothing to shield him from the abyss. His loneliness is not just social, it is metaphysical, the loneliness of a self that must create its own meaning from nothing. And that search for meaning unfolds in what the existentialists would call an absurd universe. The wanderer's journey has no clear point. He is not traveling to a holy site or to undo his curse or to find a treasure. He simply walks. He witnesses the rise and fall of civilizations, the birth and death of love, the creation of sublime art, and the eruption of senseless war. He sees it all, and it adds up to nothing but a procession of events. There is no grand narrative assuring him that history is moving toward a just conclusion, no cosmic balance sheet that will one day absolve him. This is the essence of the absurd, the confrontation between the human need for meaning and the silent indifference of the world. The wanderer is Sisyphus, condemned to push his boulder up a hill only to watch it roll down again, forever. But as Albert Camus suggested, the struggle itself toward the heights is enough to fill a man's heart. The wanderer's dignity, his tragic heroism, lies not in reaching a destination, but in the simple, stubborn act of continuing to walk. He says yes to the journey even when the journey is meaningless. He chooses to witness, to feel, to remember, even when the spectacle is one of horror or futility. In doing so, he asserts a value purely through his own persistence. His life becomes a protest against the void, a declaration that even a cursed existence is still an existence, and that in itself is a form of rebellion. This philosophical reading peels back the legend's religious and cultural layers to reveal a raw, universal nerve, the wandering Jew through Kierkegaard's eyes, is every person who has ever felt alienated from the easy certainties of their community. He is anyone who has questioned the path they were given and stepped onto a road of their own making, only to find it terrifyingly long and lonely. He embodies the anxiety of modern life, where old anchors of faith and tradition have eroded, leaving us each to navigate our own meaning in a vast and indifferent cosmos. His endless time is a magnification of our own limited time, forcing us to ask, if you had centuries, what would you do? What would you live for? The answer, the existentialists suggest, is not found in a final destination, but is created with every step you take. The wanderer's truth is not that he is cursed to walk, but that walking is the only way he can be. His identity is not a fixed thing, but a continuous act of becoming. He is not a man with a past, he is a man who is always leaving his past behind, forever being born anew on the road ahead. In this way, the oldest of curses becomes a strangely hopeful metaphor. It tells us that to be human is to be in motion, to be unfinished, to be a question that walks. And perhaps in a universe without a map, the only home we ever find is the road itself, and the courage to keep our feet moving upon it. But this road of endless time is not a path walked only in Christian lands. If we lift our gaze to other horizons, we find the same archetype of the timeless witness walking through the sacred stories of the world, wearing different robes and answering to different names. This reveals a profound truth. The haunting figure of the eternal wanderer is not a singular myth, but a human one, emerging independently from our shared longing to understand time, wisdom, and our place within the vast flow of ages. Consider the mysterious and revered figure of Al-Qidr in Islamic tradition. His name means the Green One, and he is a servant of God endowed with eternal life. Unlike the cursed wanderer, Al-Qidr's immortality is not a punishment, but a divine commission. He appears in the Quran in the 18th surah as the guide to the prophet Moses, performing actions that seem inexplicably harsh or unjust on the surface, like scuttling a poor fisherman's boat. Only later does he reveal the hidden, greater wisdom behind each act, saving the fisherman from a tyrannical king, for instance. Al-Qidr's eternal life allows him to see the long arc of divine plan, a perspective that mortal prophets bound by linear time cannot grasp. He is the eternal guide, wandering through centuries, appearing to those in need of spiritual direction at just the right moment. He is not exiled from God, but is a living instrument of God's mercy, his endless journey a mission of compassion. Yet even in this blessed form, the core element of the timeless witness remains. He walks outside of ordinary human time, carrying knowledge of futures unseen, a being forever present yet forever apart, a familiar echo in a different theological key. Journey further east to the spiritual landscapes of Buddhism, and you will find another kind of endless path, walked not for punishment or hidden guidance, but for the ultimate purpose of enlightenment and compassion. Here we encounter the figure of the Pratyeka Buddha, or solitary awakened one. This is an individual who achieves enlightenment entirely through their own insight, often over countless lifetimes of solitary striving, without a teacher in their final birth. Their journey is immensely long, a personal pilgrimage through the cycles of samsara undertaken alone. While they eventually find liberation for themselves, their path is one of profound, protracted solitude in the pursuit of truth. Even more resonant is the vow of the Bodhisattva, a being who postpones their own final nirvana. Why? Out of a boundless compassion for all suffering beings. They choose to be reborn again and again, to walk the long road of samsara not as a curse, but as a conscious, loving sacrifice. Their journey is eternal by choice, a commitment to return to the world in endless forms until every last being is free from suffering. Imagine a wanderer who could finally go home, but who looks back at the crowded, dusty road and turns around, taking the hand of the next struggling traveler. This is the Bodhisattva's path. It reframes the entire concept of the endless journey from a sentence into a sacrament, from a burden into the ultimate expression of love. The fatigue may still be there, the weight of countless lives, but it is a weight willingly borne. So what do these parallels tell us? From the cursed shoemaker to the green-clad guide to the compassionate Bodhisattva, we see a startling pattern. Across vast divides of culture and creed, the human imagination has repeatedly conjured figures who step outside the stream of ordinary time. Whether punished, appointed, or vowed, they become witnesses to the grand, slow-moving drama of existence. This tells us that the longing to see beyond our brief lifespan and the simultaneous terror of what that might mean is baked into our spiritual consciousness. We are deeply troubled and deeply fascinated by the idea of a consciousness that spans epochs. Is it the ultimate wisdom or the ultimate loneliness? Is it a divine gift or a cosmic trap? Different traditions provide different answers, but they are all wrestling with the same breathtaking, terrifying question. The Wandering Jew, then, is one specific note in a much older, universal human symphony about time, memory, and the cost of seeing too much. His footsteps join a chorus of other steps on other sacred paths, all asking us what we would do with eternity and what eternity would do to us. A stranger appears at the edge of a highway, thumb outstretched in the rain. You slow down, offer a ride, and for a few miles, he shares a story that chills you to the bone, a tale of ancient battles, of cities that are now dust. Then, as you glance at the passenger seat to ask a question, he is simply gone. No opened door, no sound, just an empty space where a person once sat. This is The Vanishing Hitchhiker, a classic American ghost story, but listen closely to its rhythm. It is the echo of an older tale, a fleeting encounter with a being who is not bound by our rules of time or space, who appears, imparts a fragment of timeless knowledge or warning, and then dissolves back into the mist. He is the wandering Jew, reborn for the age of asphalt and headlights, his endless road now the interstate, his message delivered not to a medieval monk, but to a late-night driver alone with their thoughts. This modern myth persists because it personalizes the ancient archetype, bringing the eternal wanderer into our most vulnerable, solitary moments, turning a commute into a potential encounter with the uncanny. Then there is the photograph, that supposed concrete proof. An online forum buzzes with a grainy image from the 1880s, a crowd scene in New York City. In the background, leaning against a lamppost, is a man with a distinctive beard and a weary posture. Decades later, a tourist snapshot from 1963 in San Francisco seems to capture the same man, older yet unchanged, watching a protest march. Another, from a security camera in London in 2010, shows a similar figure in the periphery of the frame. These are the temporal glitches, the time slips that fuel our digital campfires. We know, logically, they are probably cases of mistaken identity, clever hoaxes, or the simple human tendency to see patterns in randomness, yet we are drawn to them. They offer a tantalizing visual hook for the legend, a way to believe that the witness is still among us, documented by the very technology that defines our modern life. The photograph becomes a secular relic, a piece of evidence for a faith in the mysterious. Walk through any major city, and you will pass them on park benches or in library corners, the wise homeless men who speak in riddles or recite poetry in forgotten tongues. Urban folklore is rich with these accounts. A man in a tattered coat correcting a university student's pronunciation of ancient Greek, or a woman in a shelter describing the smell of the air before a great fire that burned centuries ago. Society labels them as mentally ill, lost souls, but the stories that swirl around them often grant them a secret, sacred status. They are the hidden truth seekers in plain sight, the modern oracles whose wisdom is discarded because it comes wrapped in poverty and grime. This archetype directly channels the wanderer's perceived role as a keeper of lost knowledge. It allows us to believe that profound truth might be walking beside us, unrecognized and unvalued, a living library whose pages are frayed and stained. It is a romantic, poignant idea that compensates for our collective guilt about the marginalized, transforming a person in need into a purposeful, mystical figure. Why do these stories cling to our urban landscapes with such tenacity? The city is the perfect modern stage for the eternal outsider. It is a place of constant flow and profound anonymity, where thousands of stories pass each other on the sidewalk every minute. In a village, everyone knows everyone. In a metropolis, anyone could be anyone. This anonymity is a cloak, allowing the legend to breathe. A man who looks old beyond reason can simply be another face in the subway car, his ancient eyes just a trick of the flickering fluorescent light. The city's own history is layered, built atop its own ruins, a physical manifestation of the passage of time the wanderer embodies. To walk down a street is to walk over centuries of other lives, other stories. The modern myths persist here because the city itself feels eternal, yet it is made of individuals who are desperately temporary. We need the idea of a permanent witness to tie it all together, to suggest that someone remembers the field where this skyscraper now stands, the creek that now runs underground through a pipe. Ultimately, these contemporary sightings are not about believing in a literal, cursed shoemaker. They are a testament to the psychological power of the template. Our brains are wired for pattern recognition, and the archetype of the ageless wanderer is a deep, resonant pattern in our cultural consciousness. When we encounter a person or a story that fits a few key pieces of that pattern, the profound knowledge, the timeless sorrow, the sudden appearance and disappearance, our minds instinctively complete the picture. We are not seeing the wandering Jew, we are using his story to make sense of something inexplicable or deeply moving. These modern echoes show our continued desire for the world to be stranger and more meaningful than it appears. They allow for the possibility of mystery in a mapped and monitored existence, a hidden current of the ancient and eternal flowing just beneath the surface of our busy, forgetful modern lives. He is no longer a figure of religious terror, but a ghost story we tell about time itself, a whisper that perhaps not everything is forgotten, and that some truths keep walking, waiting for someone to listen. The weight of 2,000 years is not carried in the feet, but in the mind. His true curse is not the endless road, but the endless memory. To be condemned to walk the earth is one kind of hell, but to be condemned to remember every step of that walk is another dimension of torment entirely. He is not just a wanderer, he is a historian of the soul, a living archive whose shelves are stacked with the entire crushing library of human experience. Imagine the grief not of losing one loved one, but of losing everyone over and over, as generations bloom and wither like fields of summer grass. The faces of friends, the sound of a particular laugh, the warmth of a home he built for a decade, all of it is eventually taken by time. He forms connections knowing with absolute certainty that they are temporary, that he is signing a contract for future heartbreak. This is the psychological core of his sentence, a love forever haunted by its impending end. His relationships are like tending a garden in a desert, knowing a sandstorm will eventually erase every trace of its beauty. After a few centuries, would you dare to plant anything at all? Or would you choose the barrenness of solitude to spare yourself the pain of another loss? This is the unspoken choice his curse forces upon him, a choice between the agony of attachment and the void of isolation. With so much to remember, the mind must find ways to cope. The specific details of individual lives, the color of a child's dress in a Roman market, the exact taste of bread from a Parisian bakery in the 1600s, these vivid fragments might slowly fade. What remains is not a perfect record, but a blur of centuries, a tapestry where threads from different eras become tangled. The smell of rain on dust might evoke 100 different cities. The sound of a blacksmith's hammer could ring from a dozen villages across a dozen countries. His memory becomes less a linear timeline and more a swirling ocean of sensations and emotions, where the fall of Constantinople might feel closer in his heart than a conversation he had last Tuesday. He doesn't forget events, but their edges soften, their sequence blurs. He becomes a historian without a clear index, a library where the books are all open at once, their pages rustling in the wind of his own thoughts. This is not a failure of memory, but its inevitable adaptation to an impossible load. His curse is to know too much, and in knowing too much, the fine details that make a single life precious can become lost in the overwhelming noise of collective history. This makes him the most tragic of all historians. A scholar in a university studies the past through fragments, pottery shards, and parchment scrolls, piecing together narratives with the cool detachment of centuries. But the wanderer does not study history, he is history. He drank wine with people whose names are now only carvings on stone. He felt the tremble of the ground before a volcanic eruption that wiped out a city. He heard the songs that were never written down. He is a primary source for everything, and that is an unbearable burden, for he remembers not just the grand events, but the human texture around them, the fear in a mother's eyes as the soldiers approached, the quiet kindness of a stranger sharing bread during a famine, the inexplicable joy of a festival under stars now long dead. He carries the emotional truth of eras that to us are just paragraphs in a textbook, and he carries it alone. There is no one to corroborate his memories, no colleague to share the weight of this knowledge. To speak of it would mark him as a madman, so he walks, a silent repository of lost worlds, a museum with only one visitor, himself. His inner life is a crowded, ghost-filled palace where he is both the curator and the sole patron, wandering halls lined with the portraits of billions, every one of them a story he alone remembers. So what happens to a truth that only one person holds? It becomes a fragile, flickering thing. When a language goes extinct, when a culture is assimilated, when a story is no longer told, that knowledge vanishes from the world. But it does not vanish from him. He is the last speaker of 100 dead dialects, the last witness to 10,000 forgotten acts of courage and cruelty. He is a walking library where the final copy of every book exists only in his mind. This transforms his curse into a cosmic irony. He is the ultimate keeper of human truth, yet he is powerless to share it in any way that would be believed. His existence is a preservation without dissemination, a memory without a legacy. He saves everything, but for no one. This may be the deepest cut of all, to be the sole guardian of a treasure so vast it would redefine our understanding of ourselves, yet to be forever locked out of the community that could receive it. He is history's scribe, writing an epic in a language only he can read, on pages that fade with every step he takes into the future. His endless memory begs a final question: does the road itself ever truly end? For a curse measured in millennia, the idea of a conclusion feels almost impossible, a distant shore on an ocean without horizon. Yet within the legend, a terminus is always implied. The most traditional answer is etched into the curse's original words: "You will wait until I return." His sentence in Christian theology concludes with the second coming of Christ, the final judgment and the end of earthly time. But what would that moment actually look like for him? In some tellings, it is a simple, merciful cessation. As the heavens open, the weight of 2,000 years lifts. His aging, suspended for so long, catches up in an instant. He feels a final, profound fatigue, closes his eyes, and for the first time since that day in Jerusalem, he simply stops. He does not die in the conventional sense. His purpose expires, and his consciousness is allowed to dissolve into peace, like a candle flame gently snuffed out by a breath from beyond the world. This is a release from service, the witness finally relieved of his duty. Other narratives imagine a more active role in that final drama. He is not just an observer of the apocalypse, but a participant. In these versions, his endless journey has been a preparation. He arrives at the final gathering of souls not as a penitent, but as the ultimate character witness for humanity. Having seen every act of kindness and cruelty, every moment of grace and greed, he is called to testify. His memory becomes the ledger. He speaks not to accuse, but to explain, to provide context for the long, complicated story of the human heart. His final act is one of advocacy, using his unbearable knowledge to argue for mercy, completing his transformation from mocker to intercessor. His curse ends not with silence, but with the most important speech ever given. There is a more mystical possibility, one where the wanderer does not find an end, but emerging. At the moment of cosmic reckoning, the boundary between the witness and the witnessed dissolves. Having spent centuries observing the divine mystery at work in history, he is finally absorbed by it. His individual consciousness, saturated with the experience of creation, flows back into its source. It is not a judgment, but a homecoming. The drop returns to the ocean, carrying with it the unique flavor of its long, solitary journey. His exile was, in this light, the ultimate pilgrimage, a circuitous route leading him not to a place, but to a state of unity he could never have reached any other way. But what if the world ends and he is simply left? This is the most haunting finale of all. In a version stripped of theological comfort, the second coming is not a salvation, but an abandonment. Humanity is taken, judged, and dispatched to its various eternal destinations. The earth is left empty, a silent museum, and on its barren surface, one figure remains walking. His curse specified he would walk the earth until the return, but it did not specify he would be included in what followed. So he continues, the sole inhabitant of a ghost planet, his footsteps the only sound in the wind. His purpose is utterly gone, but the compulsion remains. This is the ultimate existential horror, the curse outliving its own meaning, proving that some sentences are so absolute they transcend even the end of the world that defined them. Perhaps because that cosmic ending feels so remote, modern retellings often seek a more human-scale resolution. They propose that the key to his prison is not a divine event, but a human one. He can earn his release through a supreme, selfless act of compassion, a mirror and an undo button for his original sin of indifference. Imagine him, in a moment of crisis, sacrificing his own chance at rest to save another. He steps in front of a bullet for a stranger. He gives the last of his food during a famine, knowing he will starve for centuries because of it. He offers comfort to a dying enemy. In that exact moment, the calculus of the curse is broken. The universe, or God, recognizes that the lesson has been learned, not through time but through a choice. The machinery of punishment grinds to a halt. He feels a warmth he has not known since childhood, and then a profound and welcome stillness. His journey ends not with a bang, but with a sigh of relief in a back alley or a hospital room, his final act redeeming his first. Our speculation about his finale is never really about him. It is a mirror held up to our own deepest hopes and fears about justice, time, and mercy. We want to believe that no suffering, no matter how protracted, is utterly pointless, that even a 2,000-year lesson can be learned, that there is a logic to the universe where perseverance, even in hell, must eventually be rewarded with peace. The variety of endings we imagine for him, peaceful death, final testimony, mystical union, lonely abandonment, or earned redemption, are all different answers to the same aching human question: is there a limit to consequence? And if there is, does it come from outside, or can we, through some unimaginable effort, reach out and touch it ourselves from within the prison? His potential endings map the geography of our own longing for closure. We need to believe the road stops somewhere, because we are all, in our own ways, walking a road of our own, and the thought of an endless journey is a darkness too deep to bear. So we give him an ending, whatever form it takes, because in doing so, we whisper a promise to ourselves that our journeys, too, have destinations waiting in the mist ahead. He is the shape our deepest questions take when they put on boots and start walking. Our journey through the hidden truths of the Wandering Jew reveals he was never just one story, but a living, breathing mirror held up to the human soul. In his endless footsteps, we see our own fears of being cast out, forever on the outside looking in. In his ancient eyes, we recognize the weight of our own regrets. Those small moments of cruelty or indifference we fear might define us forever. His tireless search for an end to the road mirrors our own longing for redemption, for a sign that our mistakes are not the final word on who we are. And his witness to the slow march of centuries fills us with a humbling awe at the vast, beautiful, and terrifying expanse of time in which our own brief lives are but a single flickering candle. From a whispered rumor on a medieval pilgrimage to a weapon of propaganda, from a romantic symbol of rebellion to a digital ghost in the machine, his story has evolved relentlessly. It did not survive by accident. It evolved because we needed it to. Each generation found in his timeless figure a vessel for its own most pressing anxieties and unanswerable questions. He became a blank page upon which we wrote our collective fears of the other, our theological debates about justice, our philosophical struggles with meaning, and now our modern dread of ecological loss and digital eternity. The legend persists not because we believe in a cursed shoemaker, but because we believe in the power of story to make sense of the senseless, to give a face to the formless terrors and hopes that walk beside us through history. Thank you for wandering through the long, shadowed roads of this legend with me tonight. As we leave the wanderer to his path, I am curious, what does he represent to you? Is he a warning, a symbol of resilience, a ghost of history, or something else entirely? Share your thoughts in the comments below. If you enjoyed this journey into the hidden layers of myth, subscribe for more explorations into the stories that shape us. Wherever you are listening, whatever hour it is there, may your own wanderings, both waking and dreaming, lead you always toward a place of peace. Sleep well. you.